Court will come to order. It is Monday, November the 28th. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. The Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Letts.
Bow your head, please. Dear Lord, we are so thankful that you're part of all of our lives and help guide us in our daily activities. We really want to lift you up this time of year. It's a really an important time as the birth of Christ, right around the corner. Lord, please guide this court today and help us in our deliberations. And we'd like to thank you also for the recent rains. They've really helped our country. We ask these in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated. Okay, I want to remind everybody, if you would, turn your phones to off or to mute so it doesn't interrupt the proceedings. And the first item on the regular Commissioners Court meetings is always public input. We ask that if you want to speak about an item that is on the agenda, that you wait until that agenda item is called. If you want to speak to us about something that is not on the agenda, this would be the opportunity for you to do that. We ask that you go to the podium, identify yourself and your address, and limit your remarks to 3 minutes. I've got one person that has signed up. There may be others, but this is Tony Wittig. Mr. Wittig.
Your Honor, members of the Commissioners Court, my name is Tony Wittig. I live at 508 Fairway Drive, Kerrville. I have a handout I'd like to share with the commissioners, if someone would please present it to them. So, don't know the procedure. Thank you. While the handout is being passed out, I'd like to tell a little story. There was a man who bought a shiny new yellow taxi, but did not know or want to learn how to drive it. So he made a deal with a taxi driver. The taxi driver would receive a big salary plus all the income from the taxi. The owner of the taxi would pay for all the operating costs. This was a sweet deal for the driver. After the election, I wondered why any county commissioner would spend countless hours working on the event center bond, Proposal B, and possibly encourage others to vote against it. This action seems strange to me. So I decided to review all the county budgets listed on the Kerr County website. I believe I know why voting down the bond issue proposal could have been a very good idea. According to the Event Center's financial statements, budgets from 2011 to 2015, the Event Center has shown an income. Then after the construction was completed in 2015, upgrades for the Convention Center, the Commissioners Court signed a contract with Spectrum Venue Management to facilitate and manage the operation of the Event Center. After this agreement was signed, things changed. The handout shows that from 2016 to the present, the Event Center has shown no income for its use. However, the financial statements do show expenses paid by the county for each year. The county pays utilities, staffings, repairs, upgrades, and other expenses, which include paying for the venue management company, a payment which I think is found in the contract. I began to wonder how the event center could be used, charge rent, and show no income on the financial reports. I believe I found the answer in the Spectrum's 2021 financial year report. Spectrum has a sweet deal similar to the taxi driver in the story. Each year, Spectrum gets a big management fee along with the revenue from the event center. They reported receiving $154,000 generated by the use of the event center. They also received another $281,000 from the county. It seems to me that the taxi owner, the citizens of Kerr County, may be much alike. Both are paying for the expenses and not receiving any income. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else sign up for public input? Very well, then we'll move on to the commissioner's comments and start with the other end of the court this time. We'll start with Precinct 4.
It must be me.
Yeah.
Well, Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Mine was very good. We're thankful for the rain that we got. I accumulated over the last week about 1.8 at my house. I dumped out 1.5 inches here this morning at the courthouse, so it's all good. And that's all I have.
All I have is just to recognize Paul Gonzalez, our constable of Precinct 3. He has been selected to attend TAC Leadership 2054, what it's called. It's
254.
254. That's right.
254 counties.
Not 2,000 counties. 254. It's a really good program, and I'm proud of him for getting accepted into it, and the tuition is paid by TAC.
Good.
Okay. Two?
Just grateful for the rain and the holidays.
I echo that, and I hope that all of you will enjoy the parades that we're having right now. I've been in 3 so far. I think I got 3 to go, and they're a lot of fun. So I went to the Comfort Parade this last weekend. We had Kerrville, of course. That was a good one. So there's still Fredericksburg to go this weekend, and Bandera has a parade, and Ingram has a parade, and Bernie has a parade. So there's a bunch of them to go to. Go to them and have fun.
Good. Okay, let's move on to the consideration agenda. Item 1.1, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from KPA, Kerrville Pets Alive, to park a trailer at the courthouse parking lot from 5 p.m. on December 9 through 5 p.m. on December 11 to accept food donations. Ms. Guerrero.
One of our parade marshals. Are you? Isn't that what you were, the parade marshal?
Parade marshal,
That's right.
back
Yeah.
in the truck with the dog, yes. The dog wouldn't stand up, so I was just by myself. It was great, though. Good morning, Judge Kelly and Commissioners. My name is Karen Guerrero. I serve as the president of Kerrville Pets Alive. KPA requests to park our trailer on the courthouse grounds from 5 p.m. on Friday, December the 9th, to 5 p.m. on Sunday, December the 11th, for our annual Fill Their Bowls pet food drive. We held this event last year. It was an extreme success. We were able to collect and distribute hundreds of pounds of pet food to Kerr County residents throughout the county. We feel this event supports our mission to save Kerr County pets and benefits Kerr County pet owners in need during the holiday season. The trailer will be locked in the evening and manned with KPA volunteers Saturday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Sunday noon to 5 p.m.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the use of the courthouse grounds for Kerrville Pets Alive to accept food donations. Any discussion?
Only thing is if you'd get with Shane as to where to park the trailer, good location. Other than that.
Absolutely, sure. Thank you. And if the court would allow, and I ask for permission to do this, I'd like to share the success of our free vaccination clinic we had earlier in the month. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Earlier this month, Kerrville Pets Alive held our biannual free pet vaccination clinic in partnership with the Hill Country SPCA. In just 4 hours, 202 Kerr County pets were served. Our clinic staff administered 375 vaccinations, with 174 of those being rabies vaccinations. KPA also provided 114 free microchips for a total of approximately 400 pets chipped by Kerrville Pets Alive with the help of Kerr County Animal Services in 2022. These 400 pets are not only registered to their owner, but also to Kerr County Animal Services. We believe also that these free clinics and free microchipping support our mission to provide for a safe and healthy pet population in Kerr County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Let's try something different today. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Kind of breaking up the routine a little bit. Item 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the request from the Jewish community of the Hill Country to use the courthouse grounds for a Hanukkah menorah lighting ceremony on December the 18th, 2022, from 5:30 to 6:30. Bit Cower.
Good morning. This would be the fourth celebration that we've had on the courthouse steps or our courthouse lawn. And just to clarify, Hanukkah is actually a historical holiday. It's not a religious holiday. It all has to do with the rededication of the temple after a small group of Jewish warriors led by the Maccabees took the temple back from the Greeks, who had it for a very long time. And the reason it is 8 nights is because at a point when the temple was taken back, there was enough oil to light a light for only 24 hours, and all the Jewish people were in the desert, but they were 8 days away. And for some amazing miracle, that light shone for 8 days, and that's why we celebrated for 8 days. So we always open it to the public. There's always a lot of people, and there's a story, there's live music with some traditional songs, so it's just a really nice community thing, and so we'd like to do it again.
In remembrance of my grandmother, I move for approval.
And I second that.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the use of the courthouse grounds for the Hanukkah menorah lighting ceremony on December the 18th. Any other discussion?
Yes, that means we're gonna, when are you're gonna get with Shane to set up the menorah so it's there
Yes.
for the duration?
Correct. And in the past, we've left it up through the new year.
And I need to say, Greg, I'm not surprised that there's going to be music if you're involved.
Thank you. There will, and some very close friends.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve an amendment to the Kerr County 457 plan with John Hancock regarding the CARES Act of 2020. Guy Alderby. And for those of you that don't know, Mr. Overby used to sit in this chair right here.
Many years ago. I said, Judge Kelly again and Commissioners again, thank you for everything that you guys do in our community. We appreciate you. Again, I stand here before you today requesting for an amendment to the 457 plan. Just a little information again about the 457 plan. We are one of 2 plans that are approved by Kerr County as an optional or a supplement plan for the employees to participate in as for their retirement. We were approved in 2016 from Kerr County for that. Edward Jones, my component of it, we serve as the educators of the plan and working with the employees for the plan. John Hancock is the product partner of the 457 plan. And then Texas Retirement Advantage, or TRA, serves as the third-party administrator to the plan. Their job is basically why I'm here today. We need to make sure that we're in compliance with the plan as things are needing to be updated and changed, so that we are doing everything as far as government regulations and compliance of the retirement plans. On page 1 of the amendment today, I do want to read just for the amendment request. The amendment is intended as a good faith effort to comply with the requirements of the further Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2020, including the Secure Act provisions, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities CARES Act, and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, CAAA, and corresponding guidance, the applicable law. This amendment is to be constructed or construed in accordance with the applicable law, and both the amendment and the applicable law will supersede any inconsistent plan provisions. There are 5 amendments to the plan that, not amendments, but 5 numbers that are in the plan that they're requesting to be approved. The first 2, and again, I wouldn't mention to you that the recommendation here is to approve the ones that are italicized in the numbers 1 through 5. The first 2 regards are dealing with required distribution. So basically what happens is if somebody retires from the county, for example, and they're left in this plan, this is just asking to make sure that there's some guidance in there on required distributions. Now, underneath the CARES Act that recently happened in 2020, the retirement for required distributions changed from 70 and a half to 72 years of age. And here what they're basically asking is if somebody was left in the plan, it gives direction on how required minimum distributions should be distributed and underneath those type of provisions. Now, as far as Edward Jones is concerned and our education component with it, I would tell you that our recommendation for an employee when they retire or they leave Kerr County, our recommendation is if they're at the age or if they retired, in most cases, it's a very good idea to go ahead and roll that 457 plan, since it's a supplement plan, into an IRA. And the reason why you do that, 457 plans are very limited on what investment options we're allowed to place in 457s that we're able to use with employees. So when they retire, it makes a lot of good choices so they can roll it into an IRA. So in this situation here, it's just asking for the language for the approval of the RMDs if they're left in it. But again, I would tell you that most folks, when they retire, they're rolling them over into IRAs, they're consolidating, and they're using their retirement plans at that time to help them. Number 3 is just basically stating the plan does not permit any qualified birth or adoption distributions as a separate distribution. That states for itself. Number 4 basically is stating that there are no qualified annuity distributions or rollovers are eligible to come into the plan as well. And then 5, it says that the existing plan provisions still stay in place. Nothing's been changed or modified that to the plan. And again, basically, as I stated earlier, required distributions now have been changed from 70.5 to 72. I will tell you that again, just for your information with the plan, we are very active with the employees here at Kerr County. This year, as you know, has been a very volatile year in the market. We've seen a lot of extremes up and down. We do meet with the employees, those that some want to meet on a regular basis or some that need to meet as often as they want to see me. But we try to give them guidance and making sure helping them with their retirement plans. And again, the 457 plan is a supplement plan to help them when they do decide to retire or leave the county. And again, Judge, our request today is just a request for your approval of this amendment to the John Hancock 457 plan, sir.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the amendment of the Kerr County 457 plan with John Hancock. Is there any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. All of us. Let's move on. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you, Guy.
Item 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a resolution honoring the 198th State District Judge Rex Emerson for his service to the citizens of Kerr County. And I put this on the agenda. We're having a retirement party, I think around noon on Friday for Judge Emerson, and I wanted to get on record this resolution. And so bear with me while I read the resolution. And I make a motion that we approve the resolution I'm about to read. And this is, whereas M. Rex Emerson has served the citizens of Kerr County as a licensed attorney by the State Bar of Texas for 22 years, and whereas it is recognized that M. Rex Emerson has served citizens of Kerr County as the Kerr County attorney for 5 years, and whereas the Honorable M. Rex Emerson has served with judicial distinction for 13 years as the presiding judge of the 198th Judicial District Court in the state of Texas, and whereas Judge Emerson has consistently exhibited integrity, wisdom, dedication, and compassion in service to the citizens of Kerr County and the state of Texas, and whereas Judge Emerson has actively worked as a member of the Kerr County Juvenile Board towards the just and proper administration of juvenile justice, and whereas Judge Emerson has diligently served as the administrative judge in Kerr County for 2 years, and whereas Judge Emerson initiated Kerr County Specialty Court in January of 2019, and serves as the volunteer judge for this worthy community program. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kerr County Commissioners Court commends and thanks Judge M. Rex Emerson for his many years of outstanding integrity and service as a dedicated jurist and public servant. Be it further resolved that an appropriate copy of this resolution be prepared for the presentation to Judge M. Rex Emerson and presented this 3rd day of December. It will be presented on the 3rd day of December 2022.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I'm particularly proud to be associated with Rex. We shared the same Sunday school class, and when he decided to run for county attorney, he asked for my support, which I quickly gave. When he decided to run, when the bench became vacant for the 198th, he approached me, and I wrote a letter to Governor Perry at the time on his behalf. Of course, the two Aggies saw eye to eye on that. But I have had the opportunity to work closely with Rex and with his wife Kelly, who was an ICU nurse at Peterson. And you just couldn't have better people here in Kerr County. And I'm excited about his retirement. We'll miss him. but we do want to recognize his contribution to the community.
Agreed.
Okay, so with that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Good. Take care of that. Let's move on to item 1.5. Sheriff Latham. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the Fourth Amendment to the Agreement for Inmate Health Care Services between Kerr County and WellPath LLC, and allow the county judge to sign same. Sheriff.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners, looking for your approval for the judge to be able to sign this agreement. Basically, this is with WellPath, our medical services in the jail. Prior to my taking office, there was a 5-year contract signed for these services. Built in the contract was they can go up to 3.5% every year, which obviously they do. So all this is an agreement. You know, we agreed to pay the 3.5% is in my budget at this time.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the amendment to the agreement for inmate health care services with WellPath. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Let's move on to item 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the interlocal agreement between the City of Kerrville and Kerr County to provide access to each of their law enforcement agencies' criminal justice information through the Tyler Public Safety One Source system. Sheriff.
Okay, I'm going to ask Bruce, the county attorney, to give me any input at any time if y'all see anything else need to be added to this. But basically, Judge and Commissioners, what this is a line to be able to communicate and check each other's information. Currently, right now, you know, we have a dispatch for our deputies. PD has a dispatch for their officers. Let's say a deputy stops an individual with a Kerrville address. Basically, he'll say, will you check locals with Kerrville PD, which then they'll either, our dispatch will get on with their dispatch or they'll call them. To where, same thing, if a PD officer wants to check county warrants, it has to go through their dispatch. This is a good deal right here. What they'll be able to do, they'll be able to check it in our information system without contacting them, which will, I think, is a better deal. It's quicker, you know, it's more safe. Just so you know, this item, the following item, the PD chief has already ran through Commissioners Court and it's been approved through them on their side.
Oh, City Council.
City Council.
Right.
Great.
So everybody gets a login.
Well, it'll be
And
our,
checks it on
basically
their
our
own. How does it
communications,
work?
our dispatchers,
So who logs in and looks at the information then?
the dispatcher.
Dispatcher does it.
Yeah.
Officers don't have to have it. It's all kept in that
Correct.
office.
Right, exactly, that's
Dispatch.
correct, right, it just be handled,
That's
like they
great.
do now, but basically right now, they either pick up the phone, or
Right.
they'll get on the radio and call there and ask, and
Right.
they'll be able to check that themselves, correct, yeah.
Good. Okay.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreement between the City of Kerrville and Kerr County to share criminal justice information through Tyler Public Safety One Source system. Any discussions? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the interlocal agreement between the City of Kerrville and Kerr County for locating supplemental workstations in the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and Kerrville Police Department and establishing a high-speed network connection between the Kerrville Police Department and Kerr County Evidence Media Server. Sheriff.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners, this is another thing, we're trying to work together a lot more, we're trying to work a lot smarter, not harder. So we currently, at this point, have what we call a temporary dispatch station over at the PD. We don't use it unless, like my understanding, when it caught on fire, anything goes down, we're able to send a dispatch over there and we're up and running. What they're asking to do the same thing, put one in our dispatch, okay, so they can dispatch. In addition to that, they're asking to put one of their computers in our intoxicized room, which that will enable them. Currently, what a PD officer has to do right now is they go over there and they have to do on our system, and then they got to go back and do their system. If they're allowed to put a computer in there in our toxicized room, which won't be in the way, they can knock everything out at once, which saves half the time. It's a good deal, and that's basically what this is all about.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreement between the city and the county for locating supplemental workstations in the sheriff's office and the police department and establishing a high-speed network connection. Any comments? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to appoint Commissioner Letts and Commissioner Harris to work with the City of Kerrville on the renegotiated interlocal agreement between the City of Kerrville and Kerr County for the provision of animal control services within the City of Kerrville and services of the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library for Kerr County residents.
I put this on the agenda shortly after our last meeting. The city manager reached out and wanted to meet about this issue, and timing didn't work out that I could meet when we wanted to meet anyway, and we were going to have this meeting, so I thought it would make sense that we start moving forward on this. Normally it would be Commissioner Gibson as library liaison, but since his tenure is rather short up here at this point, it made more sense to have someone who's going to be around. Don Harris, I think, is likely going to be the liaison moving forward at the library. So anyway, I just put this on the agenda so we could start the process moving forward. I make a motion to appoint myself and my esteemed colleague to next door to begin negotiations with the city.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the renegotiation of the interlocal agreement between the city and the county with regard to animal services and library services. Any discussion?
And I'll make a comment. I mean, from my standpoint, I'll be visiting with Reagan quite a bit about the animal services part of it. And I think we're pretty clear on where we are on the library part of it, so.
Good.
Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to extend the contract with Strategic Government Resources, SGR, for an additional 90 days and authorize related expenditures.
I reached out to Mr. Medford with SGR, and he said, actually, we don't need a contract amendment. He said it's open to the contract. It goes on as long as we want to continue. So really, we don't need any action on this item. There will be some budget impact that I will need to visit with the auditor on that. And I think...
Because it's changed or what?
well, just because
Extended.
it's,
housing.
we pretty much, based on another agenda item that's going to be later on today, there may not be enough money funds in that salary line item to cover this and all the personnel down there. So I'm not sure, we may have to do a budget. We're not sure. I'm not sure exactly where we land on that. Also, there is a pretty substantial increase proposed for the housing at the current location, and I think we were all notified on. And I think that I've asked Jody to contact the landlord of the B&B about that rate increase, and I think we need to kind of negotiate with them. And then Carmen, who's here, also told us that she could work remotely some. So anyway, we kind of need to look at all those issues and the dollars and see where we are. But no action is needed to extend the agreement with SGR to keep Carmen here for an additional 90 days.
But to put it in context, we have a contract, we had an initial contract for 90 days to hire a temporary interim HR director. And Carmen Williams is here, and we're running close to the end of that 90 days. We're very pleased with her services. We have asked her to stay on to help us hire a permanent HR director. And so that's why we're extending it 90 days, and with that comes associated cost. And so if Mr. Medford's satisfied that we don't need to take any action, we're satisfied with it. But later on, we're going to talk about it in executive session. We'll have some issues to talk about how we're going to fund this whole project.
And I think that, and just for the public also, there are some special projects that have come to light in the HR department, mainly our policy manual. And that's something that we're going to ask Carmen to spend most of her time is to really looking at that policy and getting it redone, so to speak. I mean, we've made a lot of changes. There's inconsistencies in it that we're all aware of, and I think that's one of the things that would be very helpful to have done. Carmen's agreed to do that.
Definitely needs upgrading.
Right.
Critically. So we'll move on. There's no action to take on that.
No action.
The next item on the agenda is item 1.10. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a Xerox lease agreement for the leasing of Xerox C705 copier for a term of 60 months and authorize the county judge to sign same. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, this is part of the DIR state contract. It's going to save the county approximately $120 a year. and the county attorney has approved the contract.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the 60-month lease of the Xerox copier as presented. Any discussion?
Is this for the auditor's office?
It's the one that sits outside our office, yes.
You know, it seems like all of these contracts on copiers come through are saving us money. What's going on in that business? It seems like every time we do one, it's less and less, or at least what it looks like.
Economies of scale, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that, do we think that has anything to do with going paperless more and more?
Perhaps.
They have to get more competitive because we use less of it.
Could be. It's a good thought. I don't know. It works though.
Well,
It's the only thing going down.
okay. Do we have a motion and a second? We did?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, we've come to a point, an unusual point. This doesn't usually happen to us. But we have timed items. And for those of you that are not familiar with it, a timed item cannot be called before the designated time. And normally we take a break at this point. There's one untimed item on the agenda that is not specifically timed. If you look at them, we got 10 o'clocks, then we got 10:10s. But if you go down to item 1.24, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to appoint a consultant to assist with contract negotiations and serve as the project manager for the new county-wide communication system for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and Volunteer Fire Department. Sheriff.
Yes, did y'all get a copy of that proposal from Mr. Winman?
Yes.
Did you get that? Okay. I contacted Jody to put this on there and kind of just visit with y'all. I'm trying to get a hold of the game. This is going to be a very big project, okay? Once Motorola is hoping to have it ready to go to the next Commissioners Court meeting to bring before y'all for approval. One thing all companies asked early on was for us to provide a project manager on our side. That is somebody, this is an 18-month project, that's somebody that, I know how to use the radio, but I don't know all the back stuff and backstory and the towers and all that stuff. Somebody that's kind of well-versed on that. In addition to be working with us, coordinating, going to the towers, coordinating the dispatch area, and also coordinate with all the volunteer fire departments in this process. And then at some point with the city when we do a switchover. We're police officers, okay? We're not radio guys, but I mean, we can get through. But so basically, they want somebody that can work with them. It's not a full-time basis; it's a part-time basis. I visited with the judge early on about this. Winling came to mind. He's very well versed on radio. He helped the police department early on when they did some radio work. Like I said, this isn't a full-time; it's a part-time job. I've asked him to submit us a proposal here, what we're looking at. That's what's before you. I'm not saying we necessarily need to vote on it today. I'd be happy to bring him in there. I'm just trying to get a hold of get ahead of the game here as we prepare for this. So I know you haven't approved the contract. It'll be coming up to y'all next time. Just kind of want to visit with you what your thoughts are on it.
Well, is this an action item today?
To me, I think it should be discussion and approval's kind of putting the cart ahead of the horse. But it's something that's coming up.
Let's kind of put it in context for the people to understand what we're doing. We've been visiting with a couple of providers on this countywide communication system. We then put out a request for proposal, an RFP, and then we had the responses to that. Then we opened the responses, and then we awarded a bid at the last regular meeting. Okay, we awarded that bid to Motorola. And so what Motorola's doing now is we're in the process of negotiating a contract. And that's being overseen by the county attorney. But there are some terms that need to be negotiated in that contract, and some are hyper-technical. And as the sheriff says, they're law enforcement, they're not techies. And we need to have somebody that is a project manager in negotiating this contract, get the terms in the contract, but then to go ahead and oversee the program when they start to install it. And so what this really is at this point is information as to this is the contemplated procedure going forward. Jeff Wendling has been a consultant for the Sheriff's Office and has put together a proposal to the Sheriff's Office and to the county to serve as that project manager. And that's something that you propose we take up at the next meeting? or when we have a contract?
I'd like to talk to Jeff as well, whether it be in executive session or whatever.
Well, one of the things that I know we have to do is we have to negotiate the terms of this contract. And there are many technical aspects of it that need to be negotiated. And we need to have a hands-on representative representing the county's interest and the sheriff's office interest in doing this with Motorola. And so I don't know if that requires action or not. You want to put that off? I know we're actively in the process of trying to get this contract completed.
One thing I like to remind the court, by Motorola, I talk to them almost every day, this price is good, and I'm kind of upset about some things until the end of this year. They put that initial bid in the first quarter, prices from January. I'll give you an example. One concrete building we have to get has went up $53,000 this year. That's horrible. It's horrible. But just so you know, the contract price they gave is good till the end of the year. That's why we're trying to push it, get it approved on the next commissioner's court date.
And even if we get all of our ducks in a row, they can't deliver for probably a year or 18 months anyway. So
we want
it's
to
not
lock,
like we're in a hurry to get it finished. We just got to do our part to make sure we have the gears in motion.
I am in a hurry to lock in these prices.
That's
what I'm in a hurry to do.
And we've cut significantly, and we'll run them in significantly.
But I don't think we should take action today. We should
Okay.
do some more discussion on this.
Yeah, I'd like to have Jeff in.
Well,
Now, I'd be happy to put it on the next agenda along, because we'll have the final contract on there.
It seems like we don't have time for that.
Well, can we do an executive it says we can do an executive session on today and
Right.
contact him.
we can bring it up.
Is Jeff
Is he
available
interested
today?
in this?
We'll get you an answer in a couple minutes.
That would help, I think.
Yeah.
Jeff's always available.
Yeah,
I mean, it
Surprised
seems
he's
not
not
on
standing
another
over there.
with the December 31 deadline, we may have to do a special meeting, but we can't
Yes.
wait until the
Yeah.
12th.
Well, let's just be realistic. We already have some county officials asking if we're going to have our December 27 regularly scheduled Commissioners Court meeting. Quite frankly, around Christmas time, we frequently have very little to talk about, and so that's something that is in the mix. We only have one more regular Commissioners Court meeting between now and Christmas. And that's what, December 12th? So, I mean, we're pushing it.
yeah.
If we're going to try to get it done by year end.
Well, as Jonathan said, we can do a special meeting if we have to, but we don't want, I don't feel comfortable rushing ahead with this and not hearing from the horse's mouth
I'm fine with
and
it.
making sure
It'll
he's
be an
all
executive
in.
session. Yeah. He
But
can
I want
wait.
us
So
to keep
he'll
our
wait.
eyes open because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Yeah, he's on his way.
We'll do executive
We'll
session.
take that up in executive session.
Okay, and so, you know, I think the price, we wanted a locked-in price, I feel good with the price, I wouldn't be in agreement if it was mileage, we kind of went back and forth on that, but, so it's just strictly price, no mileage. But we can pick it up whenever.
So we're gonna defer this for executive session. And we've come to this awkward moment where we've got 20 minutes till 10, and we can't take any agenda items up until 10 o'clock. So we're gonna take a long break and come back.
Why don't we
can
go through
stroll.
all this stuff?
Oh, yeah, we can do the consideration, the information. So we'll skip down to 2.1, budget amendments.
Shouldn't call it this stuff.
No. The approval agenda.
Yes, you have two budget amendments before you. They are just reclassifications.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Next is 2.2, bill pay.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $736,036.22.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 2.3, late bills.
There are not any.
2.4, auditor reports.
There are not any.
Okay. 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, Jackie said I have to read them all. So for October 2022, Justice of the Peace, Precinct 4, Bill Ragsdale. I move for approval.
Second.
I was getting ready. You got me on that one. Okay, we got a motion to approve the monthly report as presented.
That's right.
Is there any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to 2.6, court orders.
We have the court orders from our November 14th meeting, numbers 39644 through 39676. And then from our November 21st meeting, 39677 through 39678. They all look good to me, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Information agenda, 3.1, status reports from department heads. You warned me.
I just wanted to bring y'all up to date and say that we're in the process of finalizing the design and procurement of the new phone system for the county. It's countywide.
Wow.
Good.
So
Hallelujah.
it'll be 6 to 9 months,
Whoops.
but it's a project.
Where are we on the website?
To my knowledge, it's still in progress.
Yeah.
I mean, last I heard, our consultant was waiting on some information from representatives here at the courthouse.
It's kind of like those subdivision rules, you know, it just takes a while to get it fixed.
It's crazy. But, yeah, the last report I got, I shared with you. You want to mention anything about the new deal with West Kerr Annex that was presented to,
Yeah, I had a request from Judge Ragsdale, JP4, wanting to move from one section of the Ingram Annex to another that has become available. And we're in the process right now of checking out the validity of actually moving him there.
what happened, Dr. Templeton had reserved his old office.
Right.
Part of it. Now he's evidently gone to Bill Ragsdale and said he would like him to use that office. So he's going to vacate it and made it available.
Okay.
And it's a lot more space and what have you, but you know, it's a little curveball for them and what have you as far as telephone lines and computer access. So it's going to give us more space in that large building that we didn't have.
They were paying $1 a year for.
Yes.
Good news. Thanks. Any other department heads? 3.2, status reports from elected officials. Okay. 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
I'll just make one comment about the Hillcountry Youth Event Center, a little bit for the public comment. You cannot look straight at those numbers. There's one thing, there are, I don't have the exact number, but about a third of the year, events are hosted out there at no cost. At county events, whether they're training, all kinds of events are there, and that is staffed and worked by Spectra. So, and they don't get paid for any of that. So there would be a huge cost for us to operate all that internally. You have to go back also to look at what we were spending on that building. This was the maintenance department maintaining it and doing the work that Spectra now does. And again, we weren't making much revenue off of it. So, I mean, and then the economic benefit to the community, all those things. So, in my mind, we have a very good deal with Spectra, and it's been well worth it, and it's worked out very, very well. You can't just look at the dollars in and out. There's a whole lot of use out there that they can receive no money for. They receive no money for the stock show when that's out there. They receive no money for a number of events. So
It's kind of like having a barter deal where you assign value to something.
yeah.
And there's more value that we could assign to it than what was presented here today.
Right, all the setups for all the county functions, election, on and on out there. So you need to look at the whole picture, not just at the dollars in, dollars out.
It's, you know, a lot of it's the freebie stuff that they can't charge for, but they help with as far as youth. There's a reason that place is called the Hill Country Youth Center, you know, because it was given for that. I know somebody in here has children that have 4 animals in the barn out there, you know, raising them for 4-H. So anyway, it's hard to measure, like you said.
Any other commissioner comments? Okay, then we will recess for a break. The timed items start back at 10 o'clock sharp. And if you would be in your seats by then so that we can start promptly at 10. We've got a number of house cleaning, keeping things to go through before, anyway, let's just be back at 10 o'clock. Court will come back to order. We'll start the 10 o'clock docket. First item is 1.11, consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding the Twin Creek subdivision in Eagle Ridge Road. Jack McGuire.
Thank you so much for putting us on the agenda and allowing us to revisit this issue. I am here as one of the neighbors. I am the closest neighbor. I live 1/10 of a mile. My gate is 1/10 of a mile from the main entrance to the Newhoff Ranch, 2/10 of a mile from where they propose their only other entrance could be. I've resided on that property for 30 years. The road, Eagle Ridge, has been there for quite a long time before that, so it's probably 40 years plus years old. We are here really to just follow up on, I guess, conversations that the court had with the developer back some time ago regarding the issues of safety and of the road in terms of handling the traffic, the additional traffic, plus the integrity of the road. At that time, I think the commissioners raised a lot of very interesting and pertinent questions regarding those issues, blind curves and just how wide the road was, et cetera. 173 traffic studies. We just saw the traffic studies within the last few days. I raised a lot of questions when I read those studies from a layman's point of view, and specifically the DCM report, which was made available to us, which was a 6-page report. We saw 4 sentences on there that were tacked on the end to address all the questions that were raised by the commissioners at the earlier meeting, and a disclaimer that the engineer made at the end of that report. So we really are suggesting that perhaps the report is insufficient to address the legitimate questions that the commissioners raised, and we then decided, I'm reading this as a layman, a retired person. We've consulted with 4 different retired TxDOT people, 2 of whom are here today. They have basically concurred that some of the questions we raised are legitimate. They raised even more questions about those reports. So you've got a 6-page report addressing traffic. You've got a 6-page report, which we just saw on Wednesday at the very last minute regarding the road integrity. And what I saw on there was part of that road has a 7.5-inch substrate or whatever base that was just totally insufficient. So we then, what we really want to, I guess, to consider, or hopefully the court will consider, they did not consider the infrastructure stage of development of this property. When I say they, I'm talking about the reports that were done. We don't know what kind of instructions were given to the engineering firms, but they jumped ahead to 2030. They did not address what was going to happen with cement trucks, gravel haulers, everything else up and down that road. They didn't discuss the width of the road, which some people have said is 18 feet. I don't know how wide it is, how wide it needs to be, but we can see the turning radius of those trucks. They're out on, they'll have to come out on the shoulder. We have some pictures here of what happens during construction, the infrastructure stage down at Creekside. There were 18 50-foot trucks down there the other day, parked all over the side of the road. When they were making the turns, they were out on the other side, on the shoulder. They couldn't make the turns. And 480, as you know, is a lot wider than Eagle Ridge. There were no safety people out there. There were no warnings, there were no flags, there was nothing. It was a total, and there were another 25 construction trucks inside the development. So it was total chaos. So we have some pictures we could share with you if you want to see them. Then the build-out stage, when there are 30 or 40 houses being built out there, we're going to have concrete trucks, we're going to have more gravel haulers, everybody's going to show up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I probably won't be able to get in my ranch because they're going to be backed up all the way up and down Eagle Ridge. There's a right-hand turn right there if they're going in the main entrance or whatever. I don't know how the oncoming traffic is going to so we just have a lot of questions. Another issue that we have is we don't even know who the developers are. There's apparently some LLC that they set up, which I think is called Kerrville Acquisitions. We don't know the financial integrity of that entity. We don't know if the project has been bonded, if there's a lawsuit, how much money is going to stand behind this, because we don't know who Earl Sullivan is. He said he represents the developer. We couldn't find out anything about his employment, his track record. So we don't even know the credentials of the people who are running the project out there. And so we do have the TxDOT consultants here. I'm sorry, not TxDOT consultants. Private engineering consultants, one from Pape Dawson, who is a recognized statewide firm. They have offices in Dallas, Houston, Austin, etc. They employ 50 engineers. They're available to, if you will, review all of this information, either for us, the neighbors, or hopefully for the Kerr County, if you so choose. And we then have another retired TxDOT safety engineer here who also has reviewed this information on my behalf, just to make sure that some of these observations that we're putting before you are legitimate. So has the project been bonded? Who is going to be responsible on an ongoing basis? Because we think that the project is probably going to take at least 5 years or more because of what's going on in the marketplace out there. You can't sell property anymore. Interest rates have gone sky high. These other developers, Twin Creek and whoever the other guy, not Twin Creek, Creekside, the other one, they got in before the window closed. And they sold out their property. Ain't happening anymore. You can't sell houses. People aren't buying. We're going into a recession, and the Wall Street guys have closed the window. So what we're asking really is a opportunity for someone to revisit the safety issues out on Eagle Ridge Road. And that's why we're here today. And again, thank you for your indulgence, and we look forward to having more conversation.
You want to go through all these people, or you want to talk next, Charlie?
I don't know if y'all have specific questions for me. There's a lot of ground.
Well, if we hear the objections, we might know what the question would be for Charlie.
How many people, we have some more signed up to speak.
Well, I'm going to weigh in and try to give us a little bit of an oversight so we can focus on what can and can't be done. And I think we've got some developers and some engineers in the room that I think are intimately familiar with where we are with regard to development. Prior to 2009, when was it?
What?
2019, the legislature.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll just cut the old way we used to do developments, and then the new way the legislature requires us to do it. And I see the smiles out there on some of the engineers' faces. They changed the whole game on us. Historically, when developers wanted to develop property in the county, they would come to the Commissioner's Court through the county engineer, and there would be a preliminary plat process. And the engineers would, county engineers would work with the developer's engineers and we would actually kind of negotiate what could and couldn't be done out there. And I'm sure the practitioners in the room remember when we used to do it that way. Well, the development lobby in 2019 changed the law, and we have the legislature eliminated the entire preliminary plat process. None at all. When a application for a final plat approval is submitted, the county has 10 days to tell them what's incomplete about their application, and another 20 days after that, for a total of 30 days, to file a written explanation as to either accept it, approve it, or you approve it with conditions, or you disapprove it, but you got to give chapter and verse why you're disapproving it. And so there's this very short window of opportunity that we have to look at these developments. What we in Kerr County have done is encouraged a voluntary pre-development consultation period so that we can work with the developers to try to address these issues, such as the safety of the roads. That's an issue. But it is voluntary. They don't have to do it. And if they don't want to do it, they won't do it. So far, everybody's cooperated with us. But what we're looking at on these developments, I know you're talking about the Twin Creeks, but there are others out there. I see Creekside's here. We have encouraged them to work with us on a voluntary basis so that we can collaborate to try to come up with a better way to develop the property. And so far, the developers have cooperated with us on that. We don't know when that's going to stop. We expect somebody will not cooperate with us, file their application, set the time clock running, and baba bing, baba bang, the end of 30 days. What the law says, if we don't respond in detail, chapter and verse, in writing, then it's automatically approved. That's what the legislature did to us. And so this whole lead-up process to trying to approve these developments, we've been hamstrung. And that's what we're trying to work with. The people at Twin Creeks have been talking to us for some time. Creekside's been working with us diligently for what, 2 years now? About that. And so it has been an effort to try to put our heads together to see what we can do to help one another develop the property responsibly. There is a provision in state law, our private counsel has advised us, that we are charged with the responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. We obviously are concerned about the safety. If anybody's listened to YouTube, you've heard me go on and on about the safety of these developments. But at the same time, this developer can submit his final plat application tomorrow, and we've got 30 days through the holidays to give him chapter and verse response. So we really need input from y'all as to what it is that we can do to facilitate the process so that we do give a thorough consideration and analysis of what we're dealing with. I've expressed concerns about Eagle Ridge Road. Everybody out there knows it. I've known that road. I knew the days when they had the ranch. Going that back way, I know that road intimately well at all times of day and night. And it is not safe. It's not safe as it is, much less what it's going to be. So with that backdrop, I know we have a number of y'all signed up that want to talk. We want to hear you. But I think probably what would be best for us right now is to ask our county engineer to kind of give us the status report, because we have had some recent developments that the public needs to know about. And these all occurred last week right before the holiday. We have what we call traffic impact assessment, TIA as they call it. And there's one done by a private engineering firm. And then we had TxDOT do one, and then they came back with another report. And Charlie, why don't you catch us up with where we are with TxDOT on the turn lane on 173?
Yes, sir. The folks who travel that road often well know that I believe you have 2 lanes southbound as you approach Eagle Ridge and 1 lane northbound as you approach Eagle Ridge. One of the concerns that we had was if you're northbound 173 and you'd like to make a left turn into Eagle Ridge Road, is somebody going to get you from behind? Because it's just 1 lane. Now, the report that we read from DEC who did the traffic impact analysis, felt like a left turn lane was not needed. We had not had that reviewed by TxDOT until just last week. I think it was Wednesday afternoon when we got an email. Maybe it was sometime right before Thanksgiving.
Well, it was a source of Thanksgiving in my home, I can tell you that.
Yes, sir. And they said a left turn lane will be needed. So TxDOT is requiring a left turn lane as a part of this development. That will be new news to the developer. I forwarded that information to them just as quickly as I got it. We're not responsible for responding to the report in regards to State Highway 173. That's not our jurisdiction. So we were waiting to hear back from TxDOT on that. And TxDOT did say that they're going to require a left turn bay to be constructed as part of this project as a result of the traffic generated. As far as the subdivision as a whole goes, the construction plans have been reviewed and approved, and a pre-construction meeting has been held for the construction of the roads that are internal.
And for clarification, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
A voluntary pre-construction meeting.
Yes.
Right.
There is not a necessity to bond a project or put up a letter of credit if you're not filing the plat. When you're ready to file the plat and sell lots, that's when you put up a bond or letter of credit. They're not ready to do that yet. They would like to hold off. They have said what they've seen in their experience is sometimes maybe a lot that they had configured. Somebody wants to buy 2 lots and make it into 1 lot, or somebody wants the lot line reconfigured just a little bit because of whatever size house they're trying to put in. Or a lot of the property pins get destroyed during construction of the roads within. So the developer elected to hold off on filing the plat until next year. Whenever, I guess, sometime whenever they think they'll be done constructing the roads internally. One of the concerns we had about Eagle Ridge Road was the thickness of the base that we have on Eagle Ridge Road. We weren't sure what we had. The road's been there for a long time. It has been, portions have been reconstructed by the Road and Bridge Department. We were surprised, pleasantly surprised, to find that the average thickness was 9.5 inches of base. We also have 2 inches of asphalt over that. That's several layers of chip seal. Every time you put a layer of chip seal down, it's about 1/2 inch. So looks like we've got about 4 layers of chip seal on there. So the overall cross-section of the road, Rock Engineering has deemed that as far as thickness goes, it could handle arterial level traffic. They did say that the constant repeated heavy loads, 18-wheelers, concrete trucks, etc., they're going to show damage to the road if it's constant. If it's occasional, not a problem. So in my mind's eye, a subdivision like this that takes a number of years before all the homes are built out, you're going to see what I consider occasional concrete trucks building those homes. Our concern was when they start hauling base in for the roads internally, that's going to be a lot of loads concentrated over a short period of time. The developer is looking at the material they have in some of the hillsides over there to see if they can make their own base. That base has to pass our standards. We don't know that yet, but if they can create and make their own base within, that won't have to be hauled from outside. So we're all hopeful that that will be something that works. And then finally, there are some intersection improvements that they plan to do at the intersection of Eagle Ridge and Topside Drive. Topside will be their, where they go in. That'll be their entrance. And they're looking at kind of reconfiguring that to make it more of a T intersection. As you know, Eagle Ridge has a hard 90 right there. If you're going in, it'd be a hard 90 to your left. If you're going back out, if you live far enough in the back, it would be a hard 90 to your right. I think there's a yield sign there that would be replaced with a stop sign, and then a stop sign for Topside Drive coming out of that subdivision. And then they are also going to widen Eagle Ridge Road for the frontage that they have. They will dedicate additional right-of-way and widen Eagle Ridge Road. Eagle Ridge Road at that area is about 20 feet wide, and our standards for a collector are 24. So they'll be adding another 4 feet of asphalt.
And that's for about, how far is that?
About 1,300 feet of frontage, so about a quarter mile.
Yeah.
And, you know, right there at the intersection where people are coming and going, that's where you're gonna see the most concentrated traffic from this development. Once they get away from the development, cars start to spread out, and it's not as concentrated. But there, at their entrance, that's where you're gonna see the most. So there's a good benefit there for widening that portion.
Okay, I think that's a good update. We've already heard from Mr. McGuire. Doug Fossey. Am I saying your name correctly?
Fauché.
Fauché.
You're not the first one to get that one wrong. Good morning, Judge Kelly, Commissioners. My name's Doug Fauché. My wife Sarah and I own Eagle Ridge Ranch, which abuts the proposed Twin Creeks development on our northeast fence line for about half a mile or more. My counsel, Randy Richards, is unable to be here today due to a scheduling conflict. But everybody that you're going to hear from today that's a neighbor is either a landowner, a Kerr County taxpayer, and or a Kerr County resident. And we're here because we're concerned, as we know you're concerned, about the health, safety, and welfare of our neighbors and of ourselves. And why? Because an out-of-state developer has moved in, has attempted to rush through an ill-thought-out, high-density land development to the detriment of its neighbors without any consultation to those very neighbors. And then after acquiring the land, they attempted to secure an easement to access Fall Creek Road to no avail. Well, why would they do that? Well, it's likely because they knew or should have known that Eagle Ridge Road is unsuitable for such a dense, large-scale development. A traffic study was submitted that is apparently done by someone who's never actually been on Eagle Ridge Road and is wholly inadequate. The road's narrow, not 20 feet wide, but in many cases 14 feet wide. It's unmarked. There's a dangerous intersection at 173 where there's already been at least one fatality and other serious injuries. In fact, a previous owner of my ranch, Tom McDade, represented one of the victims of one of those accidents, and that's without putting 500 cars a day in construction equipment on it. We've also notified the developers of Twin Creeks of deed restrictions and have received no response. We believe they're already building roads on Twin Creeks with road fill without a final plat, and I have pictures on my phone of that if you'd like to see them. And why? Likely so they can conduct an internet and direct mail marketing campaign, sell out the lots quickly, take their profits, and leave, which begs several questions. Will Kerr County take over the roads internal to Twin Creeks? And if you're not going to take them over, will the buyers of those lots be notified that they'll be required to pay for maintenance of those internal roads? When this out-of-state developer sells out and leaves, who pays for the damage to the torn-up Eagle Ridge Road? The lot owners at Twin Creeks, the Eagle Ridge Road landowners, Kerr County taxpayers, but not the developer who caused the problems and profited while creating them? And then the last question is, will you enforce all deed restrictions that exist on that property? So here's what we'd like. Pause the project. Work with us to do a legitimate traffic impact study and road damage assessment. Demand that these costs be borne by the developer and not by us. Make them stop work building roads with fill brought in until these issues are resolved, and enforce all existing deed restrictions. That is what we think is required to protect the health, safety, and welfare of those of us who will be here a long time after they're gone. And then if I could just add one other comment, not directly related to the concerns today, but the idea that there could be the potential of 1,000 new permitted water wells in Kerr County just seems to me like irresponsibility on the part of all of us as community members. Thank you.
Jim Demonette? Okay. Say that again? Damani, okay.
Good morning. I likewise am a property owner on Eagle Ridge Road. In fact, our property is right as you come up the hill and the big curve, which is problematic for everybody. We have problems getting out of our driveway without seeing what's coming up the hill. And going down the hill both ways, people have a tendency, if they're not familiar with that road, to drive in the middle of the road. And we have been forced over to the side of the road several times. And I don't see that problem going away. I found it interesting in the Kerrville Daily Times on August 8th had an article, and they quoted Mr. Earl Sullivan, who supposedly is representing this developer, that he thought Eagle Ridge Road was much wider than what everybody's saying. He thought it was 40 feet wide. I went out and measured.
It's not.
In front of my house, and it's 19 and a half feet to get a stretch out of it. Traffic safety is a real concern for me, as it is for everybody else. The engineer referred to road base. They are hauling road base in. There are days that there are probably 10 or 20 dump trucks going up and down that road hauling road base. So they're not manufacturing it off of their property. They're actually hauling it in. That current road is not built for 200 or plus more vehicles a day on it. It just isn't. If this thing isn't dealt with, there will be some accidents on that road, and it could be fatal. After I measured the road, I looked at the definition based on the Kerr County regulations, and the definition of that road is a paved country lane, which is not, and in it doesn't say anything about being able to handle a development of 100, 200 more lots or anything like that. And in all fairness to landowners, if something is done to that road, we should not have to pay for that. And if the developer gets the okay to go forward with this, then they should do what's necessary to protect the safety and traffic for all the people that live out in that area. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Morris.
I work for the Brock family and run Eagle Ridge Ranch. Whisper Valley Ranch. I'm a little nervous. I ain't used to talking in front of so many handsome people. But I ran Whisper Valley Ranch for several years. I've worked and lived on Eagle Ridge for 17 years. Ever since the Underwood family sold that ranch. Now keep in mind, this was 17 years ago when traffic was much lighter. And the Underwood family sold that ranch to the Brocks because they didn't want their teenage daughters to drive on it. So 17 years ago, that road was dangerous. And now, with all the new neighbors, and particularly a lot of construction going on, it's 10 times worse. When you're driving down that road in the evening at sunset, you're driving by braille. You can put your visor down, you got your sunglasses on, your hat's pulled down. You're blind. You're driving into the west. You can't see anything. When you come out in the morning, as when I headed here, you're looking into the eastern sun. Once again, you're blind. The road in front of our place is 16 foot wide. I think a little further down it's 19. But, you know, a cement truck's 9.5 foot wide, when mirror to mirror. My personal truck is 8.5 foot wide, and that means somebody's gonna have a couple wheels, a couple foot in the grass all the time. And I thought it was great what our engineer said about them gonna widen it at their intersection. But that's the best stretch of that road. That's the straightaway. You go down a little bit farther, and you go down that huge hill with several turns in it, where you're looking east or west every time, and you don't go down that road very often that somebody's not in the middle of it. That road has to be wider. If we're going to do this, it needs to be widened for the length of it to 173, and it needs a stripe in it. That's a pretty road. The other problem is, particularly when you get new people, they're not watching traffic. They're looking at the exotics on the right or the left, and they're going way too fast. I have a 17-year-old that drives the road every day, and you know, with the minimal traffic we have right now, anytime I see construction going on the ranch, I call my son and I say, hey, we've got contractors going in Tim's place. Be extra careful, because these guys aren't familiar with the road. But when you're talking about, I'm not sure, I've heard anywhere from 90 to 190 homes going in. But that's a lot of people unfamiliar with that road. People who haven't had 17 years learning how to compensate for the dangers that exist on that road. And really, I just hope y'all can do something to protect my family, to protect the property owners, and to protect the new people who are in more danger than anybody, because they're not sitting there locked and ready to jump off in the ditch. They're not used to having to do that like we are. Further down, one thing that worries me is after their entrance, I expect we're going to get a lot of sightseers towards the dead end of Eagle Ridge. And when you get back there where it's only 16 foot wide, there are two corners that right now 2 vehicles cannot meet without somebody having to be feet from a deep ditch. Somebody pulling a trailer, it's impossible for a trailer and somebody else to go through there. And we all know, you guys do, that if you put a housing development out there, that other end of that road where it's only 16 foot wide, traffic's going to increase on it. Because people want to go back there and look around. Those are beautiful places. In closing, I just want to say, I really hope that the county can do something, can force something to protect the property owners, to protect the families, and to make a safer situation out there. From my viewpoint, I think that road has to be considerably wider, and I think it has to have a center stripe just to help people stay on their side. The few construction workers you have in there right now have pushed me off the road twice in the past 2 weeks. So you multiply that by 10, there's going to be a lot of landowners spending a lot of time in the ditch. And that's if they're sharp and paying attention. If they're not, it may be a much worse situation. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank y'all.
Amanda McDonald.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. My name is Amanda McDonald. I'm a resident of Eagle Ridge Road. We all know that progression is inevitable. I don't like it, and I don't know anyone that lives on Eagle Ridge that does. But when it happens, it needs to be well thought out and done responsibly for the safety and well-being of the current residents and the residents to come. We all live on Eagle Ridge because we love the land and the remoteness of the area. We love living on a road that we know our neighbors and feel safe driving on, walking on, running on, riding bikes on. It's our road and it's our lives that this development is already negatively impacting. My family has been residing on Eagle Ridge Road for over 20 years. We are invested in the road and our neighbors. Over the last 6 months, non-resident traffic has increased on Eagle Ridge and the safety of the families of Eagle Ridge has declined significantly. My family and neighbors have all recounted incidents of being run off the road or had near misses by non-resident traffic, as you've well heard this morning. Many have voiced that they do not feel safe walking on the road anymore. I myself used to walk with my children while they rode their bikes, and I don't feel comfortable anymore either. Commissioner Gibson, you yourself stated in the August 8th Kerr County Commissioners Court, Eagle Ridge Road is a good road for the traffic it has, but I am getting complaints about it already in terms of safety issues. It's narrow. Your Honor, you yourself stated in the August 8th Kerr County Commissioners Court to expand Eagle Ridge is going to be very problematic with the terrain. I noticed the entryway to Great Sky is impressive and can handle traffic. Eagle Ridge is not. I drove Eagle Ridge. To try to expand it would be very problematic. I think the access using Eagle Ridge is going to be dangerous, very, very dangerous, and I don't know how we fix that. That is my big concern. I drove Eagle Ridge last week in Great Sky. There is no comparison. Commissioner Letts, you yourself stated in the August 8th Kerr County Commissioners Court, listening to you two talk about it sounds like it's a public safety issue, letting that much traffic onto it. Commissioner Blue, you yourself stated in the August 8th Kerr County Commissioners Court, well, this is a problem. You have people that want to sell their land, developers that want to pay them a fair price, and they haven't backed up and taken an aerial view of everything. You got one way in and one way out. Blind spots, narrow curves, low water crossings, much of which the out-of-town guy has never had to take into consideration, and it just hits them like a brick wall. They don't understand what our conditions are coming in just like that. The water restrictions, so this is a big part of our growth problem. Per a quote from the recent traffic survey report completed on Eagle Ridge, blind curves, horizontal and vertical, on Eagle Ridge Road that may need widening or striping or guardrails to accommodate the additional traffic generated from this development for the portion of Eagle Ridge Road from the State Highway 173 to the entrance of the subdivision. There are a number of these blind curves, which is manageable with the existing traffic counts, but quickly becomes an issue with the increase in traffic from this subdivision. It goes on to say, the vast majority of Eagle Ridge Road users will be local residents who will be familiar with the road. Your Honor and Commissioners, the current residents are not the issue. The issue will be the developers, contractors, and potential new residents. In whose mind does it make sense that the main road, a county road, to the subdivision is only 18 feet wide, but the subdivision roads themselves are required to be 24 feet wide? Or that a property of that size on a road with no outlet is allowed to be subdivided into such small lots? This will not only increase the risk for motor vehicle accidents, but will also put potential new residents in danger and potentially paint them in a corner if there was ever to be a natural disaster, such as, for example, a wildfire, and residents had to evacuate their homes. Just this year, over 600,000 acres of Texas burned, with over 371 wildfires, and we are still in a drought. To subdivide and develop land with one entrance and exit on a narrow road is just plain careless and irresponsible. It is very evident that the safety of the current residents and new residents has not and is not being considered. I have 2 children, one of which will be getting his permit within the year and a half. Yes, as a parent, it is my responsibility to teach him to be a vigilant driver, but I cannot control the carelessness of others. This is our road and our lives, and we need the county's support in protecting it. On another note, I know that decisions have already been made, and this may very well fall on deaf ears, but water is a serious issue. We have had to drop our well 3 times in the last 2 decades and know of at least 2 other ranches that have had to lower theirs as well, and you're about to allow up to 98 more water wells in this area. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Don, did you want to address the court? Okay.
No, I was giving her more time.
Sharon Yinsky?
Good morning, my name is Sharon Jinsky and I live on Eagle Ridge Road. I'm not going to really make a speech, I'm just going to reiterate what a lot has been already said this morning, which I'm just going to tell you, as I'm coming here, I'm off to the side of the road to let people pass on the grass. So the road is not wide enough. But another thing is, some of you, probably all of you, remember Snowmageddon. We couldn't get down our hill. for a period of time, the electrical company couldn't get up our hill to come and give us electricity. So you have not only us that live there, but you have these other people that are going to be living in a subdivision that we can't get out of in case, pray that that never happens again, but it still is an issue. Again, as Amanda was saying, I have a 16-year-old granddaughter. So she's driving our road. She doesn't know to look out for traffic or in the middle of the road people. So how many other people? Do I have to tell my guests when they're coming, be careful, this is dangerous road, so be careful how you're driving? That doesn't seem fair. I mean, I've lived out there 23 years. So in that time, things went from peaceful, quiet, beautiful, to now I can't walk down the road anymore. It's too dangerous. But still, it's just like, I know there's progress and I know you have to deal with that, but again, the issue of the water is going to be an issue. I've had to draw my well. But that's not what we're talking about today. Today is about the safety and issues. But coming off of, like the engineer said, coming off 173, when you're coming from like Camp Verde area and you're coming, yes, you are afraid of people coming both ways, but you also are making a turn on Eagle Ridge. I'm driving an SUV, but I have to look and make sure over my dash that I'm not going off the ditch because it's like a slight incline, but you can't see it until you're on it. That's another issue. But again, it's mainly the narrowness of the road, the curves, the blind spots, and the traffic. Again, like I said this morning, I had to go off on the side of the road to let a car pass because they were not far enough over. Other than that, that's about all I have to say, but I thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider the issues of all these people because we really do care and we don't want any accidents or any injuries on our road. We just want it to stay safe. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Fill out a sheet.
I have a comment to make. This I live on a road similar to Eagle Ridge, and I know Commissioner Ballou lives on a road similar to Eagle Ridge, so we understand the problem. I'm very fortunate that we haven't had a development of this many lots, on the road I live on, and I would feel exactly as you all do if there was one out there. But a couple of things that our hands are very limited as to what we can do. There's a couple of things. Water, that's headwaters. We really have no authority over water. We follow headwaters rules. So on that issue, we have to, basically we follow whatever headwaters says the rules are. Density, we have no authority in the court to regulate density on any property. So the only way we have any authority is you get into the public safety area. And this is a public safety question. How far we can push that is a question, and because it's not a real clear line. I think we've expressed previously, several of you all mentioned I think it was August 8th meeting that you mentioned, that is our concern. That's the only area that we really have any authority, I think. And are working with that. I know there was a traffic impact study done. TxDOT was looking at it, but that's the area. It's a tough situation, and I don't envy any of y'all having to live on Eagle Ridge with the development coming in on that. But I'm just not sure how much authority we're going to have to really change anything. If they follow our rules, it'll get approved. Public safety is the only issue, and we probably visit with our outside counsel a bit more on that, and visit with Charlie on traffic and road. But that's just kind of where we are. I just want to make it clear that some of the things that we were asked to do, we can't do. We have no authority to. Deed restrictions. We don't get into deed restrictions. We can't look at that. That's not a part of us. So there is some civil action possible. There's some deed restrictions, but that's not something that we look at from a subdivision standpoint. So, I hear what y'all are saying, but we have to look at both of our outside counsel and engineers basically to see what, if any, authority we have to limit the number of lots that can win out there.
Charlie, I have a couple of questions for you that I think will help the audience. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. One is, you said that it qualifies in the report as an arterial road. Would you define that?
What they were talking about was the loads that it could handle.
Yes.
That it could handle the same loads that a road built to arterial standards would handle. So we're talking about 10 inches of base and a 2-course chip seal. So about 11 inches total of cross-section of material. And he arrived at that by looking at our surface, about 2 inches of asphalt, and about 9.5 inches of base, and then they also tested the subgrade below. That's how he was able to arrive at that the cross-sectional thickness of the pavement can handle the same loads that our arterial roads should be able to handle. An arterial road would be Shepherd Reese Road. That would be an arterial. So if we were to go out and rebuild Eagle Ridge Road today, right now it meets those standards.
Right.
Okay, it doesn't meet those standards as far as the width of the pavement on top though. Shepherd
Okay.
Reese Road's a little bit wider than Eagle Ridge Road, and that's been the main concern that we've had all along. And when you have a development that is 3 miles away
Yeah.
from Highway 173, I believe there's some state laws that handcuff us as to how much of that 3 miles do they upgrade. And I think we've done a really good job to be able to get.
But some
all
of the
that
reason for
frontage.
the core testing was so that we could verify the condition of the road in case we want to file for compensation if it's damaged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So basically, we've taken a snapshot of this is what we have. And if we have damage that we suspect is a part of this development moving forward, then we will press whatever legal avenues we need to press to try to get made whole by the developer. Yes, sir.
All right, now, and I get a little mixed up because of the rules. I've been here 18 months and the rules there are about 3 subdivision rules in place, and we have one final, hopefully, that gets solidified today. But do they have the ability and the right and to build subdivision roads pre-construction or pre-plat?
Yes, sir.
So we have no way of legally stopping them from doing that?
That's correct.
Okay,
No.
wanted to make sure that was understood. Now, when you made your reports on the roads, I didn't hear your comments on the safety report of the road. Not TxDOT's report, but the safety of the road itself by the engineer that's in this report.
That's right. We had a number of concerns that we wanted the developer's engineer to take into consideration as they prepared that report. And those concerns were should it be striped? Should anything be done at any of the curves? Should there be any guardrails? They've come back and categorically said no on every one of those.
Okay, that's all.
In 4 sentences.
Please don't interrupt. You're welcome to go back to the podium if you like.
That's all I have. I wanted to make sure I clarified.
Mr. Fauché, did you want to go back to the podium?
Can I ask Charlie a question? Hold on a second, just a quick. We do have the ability to ask developers to voluntarily work with the county on upgrades of road. Have there been any communication with the developer about doing any, on a voluntary basis, working into a contract with the county to do upgrades on some of the corners and guardrails, things you just mentioned?
I think they were waiting to hear back from their engineer who put that report together to determine whether or not they would move forward on any of those. And so since their engineer said no to those things, and it was beyond the scope of it's so far away from their development, I think is the concern. But I get it. I understand when you live on in a on a road that has maybe 20 vehicles a day or 60 vehicles a day, and it's going to jump over the course of, after that has built out, to 600 vehicles a day. I get it. That's a big jump. And I think that's what we're all concerned about, and that's what we've been expressing to the developer. Everything we're doing, we are doing it within the limits of the laws of the state of Texas, period, the end. And if we can't make a developer do something, then we're not going to. It would have to be voluntary on their part.
I would encourage you to keep on talking to them on the voluntary side of it if they enter into some sort of a contract with the county.
I think the developer would be very much interested in hearing everything that was said today so they could hear from their neighbors. So I appreciate that people came today to speak.
Okay.
Mr. Fauché? Charlie, don't go away.
Hang loose.
I guess one question is I'd like to know where Eagle Ridge Road was tested for the base. So was it just in front of the Twin Creeks development, or was it
No,
from
sir.
173 to?
We started at 173 and we went all the way to that 93 bin.
Okay, and then secondly, you know, I'm absolutely shocked that a developer's engineer would say that, you know, nothing needs to be done. They were paid by the developer, so I would hope that at some point in here, there could be an independent review, either by the county or with our help, that would actually come up with what everybody who's ever driven on Eagle Ridge Road knows, which is the answer that they came up with is actually wrong. It's not a safe road. It's not a safe road today, and it's definitely not going to be a safe road when you put 600 cars a day on it at that intersection. And it's not just on their frontage, it's all of Eagle Ridge Road. And so I hope, you know, if we're really worried about safety, I would say we ought not all depend on a report that was done by the developer's engineer. And by the way, if you go and look at the variables, if the variable is 770 beyond which you have to do something, they came up with 768, right? I mean, you can read the report and see this. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I would hope that we could get some independence put in here so we could come up with the right answer. Thank you.
Mr. Fauché, before you leave.
Yes.
Towards the end, you get your presentations there in your hand,
Yes.
right? You told us what you wanted.
Yes.
Okay, if you could just walk us through those one by one, so I want to take a note so that we
Yeah.
can respond to each one of these.
Yeah. Well, I think you guys have already responded to all of them, unfortunately. But one, put a pause on the project and work with us to do a legitimate traffic impact study and road damage assessment. Now, it
Okay.
sounds like the damage assessment's been done, but I think there's room for a truly independent traffic study, because I can't imagine that it would come to the same conclusions as the one paid for
Well,
by the developer.
We'll talk about these one at a time, but what's number two?
That was number two.
What was number
Pause
one?
the project, do a legitimate traffic study,
Just a second.
then make sure that the developer that's causing the damages that are gonna exist on Eagle Ridge Road, or the expansion of Eagle Ridge Road, agrees to pay for it. So we don't have to suffer 600 cars and the privilege of having to pay for 600 cars. Ask that, I guess you can't make them, but ask them to voluntarily stop building roads and working on this until this is resolved. And then the last one you said you can't help me with, which is enforce all the deed restrictions that exist on the property.
Well-
Those would be my requests.
Let's take those one at a time. We got our engineer at the back, we got our county attorney here, and if we need to, executive session, we'll have our outside counsel from Austin on the line. But I'm taking them number one.
Yeah.
Pause. Does everybody understand that the legislature changed the rules on us, and when they file that application for final plat approval, we have 30 days, and that's it? Do y'all understand that now?
Yes,
So-
that's a new understanding
We're-
before I wrote my comments, but I
We,
would just.
well, and
ask them to
I'm looking at here
voluntarily.
at people that have skin in the game. We're trying to cooperate and do this the responsible way. And we're finding that rather than picking the fight, trying to solve the problems has been a better approach. Now, if we pick a fight, it's going to be expensive. And if we lose, we're probably going to have to pay their attorney's fees. Do you understand that? And that's going to be the taxpayers having to do that. Number two, you say a legitimate traffic study. Y'all are free to do your own traffic studies. We went through TxDOT, and we feel comfortable with what TxDOT did for the turn lane. As far as Eagle Ridge itself, once they give us that application for final approval, we've got 30 days, and that's it. And we got an engineer, and he's got one employee, and we've got to respond to the whole army of experts that they have.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
So if the county is concerned about the safety and welfare of the people who live on that road, why wouldn't it be in the county's best interest to go pay to have a traffic study done that would be independent? If we pay for it, it's going to be viewed as biased the other way. Why wouldn't the county right now, knowing the concerns that have been expressed today, all of you have driven on Eagle Ridge Road, you know how dangerous it is. There's already been fatalities and serious accidents. Why wouldn't the county say, hey, let's go get a traffic study report done that's independent, instead of forcing us to pay for it? I'm just asking a question.
I have a question, Charlie, 2 questions on that. One, about what does a traffic study cost? Do you have any idea?
I don't think you can get an engineer to do anything for less than $10,000 these days.
10,000
So-
plus one. And trying to get,
Probably right about
and the
that.
time to get it done would take probably a couple of months, I'm guessing, based on the engineers I've talked to.
If they were to go do traffic counts that have already been done and so forth, yes. If they were to try to utilize the data that's already been done, they've got to coordinate with the engineers who've already done that work. And if you're doing a traffic engineering study, to question another traffic engineer, you have to, by law, you can't just go do it and slam somebody. It don't work like that. You've got to coordinate with them, and there's some coordination.
That's the professional engineering part of it.
Yes, sir.
The Ps have to talk to one another.
And the reason I bring up the timing and all that, and I don't know this to be true, but if the developer thinks that we're not working with him, he can go ahead and hand us the paperwork, and we have 30 days, and we can never get one done. So I mean, anything that's done has to be done, as the judge just said, trying to do it cooperatively and working with him as opposed to trying to draw a line in the sand. So I think it'd be something to explore, like doing some voluntary improvements, if they'd be, willing to wait for another traffic study to be done.
Yeah, I would just
It
respond.
behooves them, if they want to continue to do business in Kerr County, to cooperate with the court.
Right.
Because
Well,
many of them are going to want to do another project, and so if everybody works
And
together.
I'm
it
looking
makes
at
it
one of our
easy.
developers here. He has.
He knows, yes, he knows. So what I keep looking at is the affordability. If you tell a developer that he has to fix the road to accommodate coming growth, it's considered a taking. You're having him build our roads here, and that becomes a legal issue.
Now, does everybody understand that magic word, taking?
A taking.
I'm looking back, my lawyer's back there.
The lawyers know what it means. So that's a really important part of this. That's an important component. The other part of it is whether it's affordable for a developer to come in and to try to do those accommodations for the road prior to putting in the subdivision, and whether they're going to get a real return on investment. You're walking a fine line with those things. It's kind of a tightrope act, and what we can do and put the county at risk of a taking, a claim for a taking, versus, and we also have to protect the citizens of the county as best we can. What the developers do is they go in and they say, look, this is a beautiful, quaint place, and when you drive in to go to that development the first time, it's a quaint little road. It's so beautiful. When you start driving that thing every day, you're cussing behind the wheel, or you're dodging people. We leave out deer and all the rest of it. We're just talking about the big stuff on the road. And there are places, as Commissioner Lett said on his road, I've driven many times, my road, you can't expand the road. You cannot accommodate it. You just can't do it because you don't have enough money in the project and there's no place to go with it. Now you're getting into easements and other kinds of things. You're cutting into the side of some guy's hill who will never be able to do anything with that property, but the minute you want it, it becomes very valuable. So now the developers are laughing. So that's what happens. And so that's the line we're walking. so that you understand,
Sure.
trying to make a developer fix the road before there's even anything there that they've sold. They have an investment in there. So we can't get into that argument.
Well, that's why the world invented bonds, right? So that when it does sell out, and that, first of all, this developer, to my knowledge, hasn't ever been in Kerr County before. They're from Tennessee. I have no idea whether they're ever going to be back again, but I know if you look at what they do with other projects, they have a big direct mail campaign, internet campaign, and then they sell all the lots and they're gone. And so maybe they come back, maybe they don't, but I think evidence of their goodwill is that they've refused to pay so far the modest amounts that they've been asked to voluntarily pay. So, you know, if it were me and I were a developer, I'd want to know what my ingress and egress was before I bought the land, and it would affect the value of the land for the purpose to which I wanted to put it. And in this case, it's pretty obvious, it seems to me, that they bought a piece of land, they wanted to go out Fall Creek Road and couldn't get an easement. The only other option was Eagle Ridge, and the reason they didn't go there first is because I think they probably knew, or they should have known, it's not suitable for this kind of development. And if that causes a public safety issue that's going to get somebody hurt or killed, I think that's a cost of doing business, and you should have factored that into the cost of the land when you bought it.
It's on comment, one thing you said, I think you're the second person said about us bonding the development. We don't have authority to require them to bond the development. We can require them to bond the roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not the development. So they can, you know, it's only the roads that are bonded.
That's only at the time that they file the final.
Right, at final plat. At time of final plat, they can bond the roads.
And something like this would have to go to, it would have to be a Supreme Court case. It would have to be the state legislature changing how we operate. Our hands are tied on some of this stuff. So if the state legislature said in the future, a road has to be taken into total consideration for them. It seems like to me there should be a math equation for this, like an actuary. If there's this many cars on the road and you multiply it by this much, you've had this many accidents, you run at this speed, all of that stuff is a math equation. It ought to be, we ought to be able to go, I'm just thinking out loud, spitballing, but we need to be able to go to the state legislature and present numbers like that and say, here's our formula for future development. But we don't have that now.
Local governments in the state of Texas would be foolish to rely on the legislature to give us any relief. They've demonstrated it decade after decade.
They'll always want to charge more money for it.
That's not the case with the Texas Supreme Court, by the way.
I'd like to address a question that hasn't been asked explicitly, but it's been implied that lots will be sold out there without the plat being filed.
That's not true.
That's illegal.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that people won't try to do that, but this developer knows full well he can't sell any of those lots until the plat is filed. So if he elects to build the roads first and then come back when everything is pretty and say we're ready to file this plat, right after he files that plat, then he can close on any deals that he's got going. Then they can close. That's how that's supposed to work. That's the way the law says it does work.
Okay. Just so that everybody knows, in executive session, we're going to talk about finalizing our revised subdivision rules, and there will be action taken when we come out of executive session. And for public's information, our revised subdivision rules that we're proposing be adopted today are based exclusively on the availability of groundwater and wastewater. And so, and that's why we defer to Headwaters on the groundwater, because they're the ones that give those permits. And they have changed within the last year. So
There's nothing in our rules that's going to substantially change this development. I mean, there's some fee changes. We're changing wording that were based on Headwaters, like the judge just said. But overall, there's really not a change. It's going to have a huge impact on this type of development.
Mr. McGuire?
We would request the very earliest notice from the court as to whether you will proceed with an independent safety study, which we found the existing studies to be deficient, because if you won't proceed, or you decide you choose not to proceed, we want to proceed as neighbors at the earliest possible time, and we believe that report can be done in 60 days.
We can't take action on that today, as it's not an item, and we don't meet again until the 12th of December.
That's why time is of the essence here, and we would like to have your cooperation. We would like to be working with you.
Well, and that's the only way it's going to work, because we can't control the timetable. We are absolutely at the mercy of the developers and when they submit their final plat applications. And so it's going to take a collaboration with developers, neighbors, and I think just the overall development community to try to work through these issues. But in terms of 60 days, we can't control that. Not at all. I wish we could. We don't want to be adversaries with any of you. We don't want to be adversaries with, I know, but we really don't. And we're working hard to not do that. And so what we want, I guess the takeaway today is, if we can figure out a way to work together, it's going to be a whole lot more productive than fighting among ourselves. And we know that the hanging sword of Damocles here that's over our head is all they got to do is file the application, and time ticks. And we do not have the staff to be able to timely complete these types of analysis. And so if we can get them to work with us, maybe we can get some of these things done in time. So why don't we take just a few minute break?
Let me say something real quick.
Sure.
I am said a word. Since I've been up here, I've had people ask me, what's the hardest part of this job or whatever. And it's not that hard, but there's a lot of frustrations that our hands are tied. And this is a typical case. We've had several of them come about since I've been up here. And, progress is inevitable. I'm not really in a hurry for it, but it's coming. And we're bound by state statutes on a lot of stuff we do, and our hands are tied, and it's frustrating for people that have lived on places or passed it down for generation after generation, and then all of a sudden you got something coming in next door across the fence, and it's frustrating. That's all I got to say. But we're sympathetic, and like the judge said, we need to work together.
Let's take a quick 5-minute break and come back to order. See if Heather's out there. Is Heather out there? Okay. I think we can go pretty quickly for some of these now. Court's back in session. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of plat for Hill Country Estates Section 2, Tract 6. Charlie Hastings.
Judge. This proposal revises part of Tract 6 as 25.31 acres as platted. Tract 6 was previously divided into separate tracts without revising the plat. This plat revision will correct matters for this part of Tract 6 and divide it into two tracts. Tract 6-1R1 will be 9.249 acres and Tract 6R2 will be 7.8 acres. Frontage for both lots will remain on Green Oak Drive. The remaining part of Tract 6 is currently being platted separately and is on our agenda later today. And the public hearing was held October 24th, 2022. I don't believe anyone spoke. County engineer requests the court approve a revision of plat for Hill Country Estates Section 2, Tract 6, Volume 3, page 30, Precinct 3, and this is to turn those into lots 6R1 and 6R2.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the revision of plat for Hill Country Estates Section 2, Tract 6. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Next item is 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on January 9, 2023 for a revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch Section 1, Tracts 5 and 6. Mr. Hastings.
This proposal revises Tract 5. It's 5.44 acres, and Tract 6, 5.33 acres. Tract 6R will be 5.57 acres with more than 200 feet running on Felix Drive. Tract 5R will be 5.19 acres with 148 feet running on Felix Drive also. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on January the 9th, 2023 for a revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 1, Tract 5 and 6, Volume 4, page 33, Precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting a public hearing for Hidden Valley Ranch Section 1, Tracts 5 and 6 for January 9 at 10 a.m. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Against? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.14, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 o'clock on January 9, 2023 for a revision of plat for Heavenly Acres, Tract 5. Mr. Hastings.
This proposal revises Tract 5, 15.71 acres as platted into two tracts. Tract 5A will be 5.09 acres and Tract 5B will be 10.60 acres. Both lots will front Harper Valley Road. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on January the 9th, 2023 for a revision of plat for Heavenly Acres, Tract 5, Volume 7, pages 317 through 318, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting a public hearing for January 9 at 10 a.m. for the revision of plat for Heavenly Acres, Tract 5. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 1.15, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on January 9, 2023 for a revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Tracts 11 and 12.
Thank you, Judge. And we do have a typo on this. It should say Hill Country Ranch Estates. We apologize for that, but I'll make sure that that's stated here momentarily. This proposal revises and combines Tracts 11 and 12, they're 5 acres each, into Tract 12R, 10 acres. Road frontage remains on Green Oak Drive. Based on Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District East Per Management Zone, the minimum lot size is 7 acres. They're moving up to 10 acres. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on January the 9th, 2023 for a revision of plat for Hill Country Ranch Estates, Tracts 11 through 12, Volume 3, page 5, Precinct 3.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting a public hearing for January 9 at 10 a.m. for the Hill Country Ranch Estates Tracks 11 and 12. Any discussion?
Charlie, you anticipate more like this coming because of the change in?
Oh, they'll have to.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to 1.16, public hearing. This is a public hearing. I'm convening a public hearing for proposed cancellation of Privilege Creek Ranches lots 1A through 11A. Mr. Hastings. Yeah, no, this is the public hearing. Anybody want to talk
Yes.
about that one? Is there anybody here that wants to discuss this agenda item? Okay, then we'll adjourn the meeting and we'll move on to item 1.17, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a proposed cancellation of Privilege Creek Ranches lots 1A to 11A. Mr. Hastings.
In your packet is a letter from Teton JT LLC requesting the court cancel lots 1A through 11A, 12 through 17, 32, and 34 through 40 out of Privilege Creek Ranches subdivision, volume 8, pages 21 through 26, volume 8, pages 61 through 65, and volume 8, pages 87 through 91. This would return these lots, approximately 638 acres, to one large unplatted tract. Easements and right-of-ways for needed utilities have been recorded separately and are referenced on the plat. On October 24, 2022, the court conducted a public hearing for and approved this proposed cancellation. However, notice of the public hearing was published as a revision instead of a cancellation. Proper notice has now been published, and we just held a public hearing. The county engineer recommends the court approve a proposed cancellation of Privilege Creek Ranches lots 1A through 11A, 12 through 17, 32, and 34 through 40, volume 8, pages 21 through 26, volume 8, pages 61 through 65, and volume 8, pages 87 through 91, precinct 3.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the proposed cancellation of Privilege Creek Ranches lots 1A through 11A, 12 through 17, 32, and 34 through 40. Any discussion?
Yes, I believe we took action on the other item that was incorrect.
The revision?
The revision.
Yes.
And if we did, we really need to cancel as part of this motion, that motion, or that court order.
Is that a court order?
So again, that was October.
And I think we can add it. I just think the court order,
And cancel the previous court order?
cancel the previous court order related to this property.
Which was held on October 24th,
Yeah.
2022.
So you're revising your motion,
Correct.
you accept it?
Sure.
Okay, so we've got a revised motion and second to approve the proposed cancellation of the Privilege Creek Ranch lots and revoke the prior order. Any discussion?
She's got the court order number.
39629 for the record.
39629.
29.
Okay.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.18, this is a public hearing. I'm convening a public hearing for a revision of plat for Creekside at Camp Verde Phase 2. Is anyone here would like to address the court on that issue?
I'm over here for some questions.
Okay. There being none, then we'll go ahead and adjourn and move on to the next item, which is 1.19, which is a public hearing for revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Track 6. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone that wants to appear on this agenda item? There being none, we'll adjourn that public hearing and move on to item 1.20, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Track 6. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. This proposal revises the west part of Track 6, 25.31 acres as platted. Track 6 was previously divided into separate tracks without revising the plat. This plat revision will correct matters for this part of Track 6. We dealt with the other parts of Track 6 moments ago. It will be 8.23 acres with frontage on Green Oak Drive. The remaining part of Track 6 is currently it's been replatted. Y'all did that a little while ago. County engineer requests the court approve a revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Track 6, Volume 3, page 30, Precinct 3.
Move for approval.
A motion and a second to approve the revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Track 6. Any discussion? Being none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Next item is 1.21. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of plat for Ingram Hills subdivision tract 59.
This proposal revises the eastern half of Ingram Hills, Tract 59, 10.17 acres as platted. This tract was previously divided into two separate tracts without revising the plat. This plat revision will correct matters for the eastern half of Tract 59. It will be known as Tract 59E and will front Ingram Hills Road. The western half of Tract 59 was corrected and platted as Tract 59W in March of 2022. County engineer requests the court approve a revision of plat for Ingram Hills Tract 59, Volume 3, page 149, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve revision of plat for Ingram Hills subdivision tract 59. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to an item that's supposed to be called at 10:10 is 1.22. Consider, discuss, and to take appropriate action for the court to approve and authorize the county judge to execute a change order number 1 to the Texas Department of Agriculture grant contract number 7218055, which is change order number 3 for the construction contract for wastewater services for the East Kerr Centerpoint Wastewater Collection Project with Cromex Construction Company, providing for the adjustment of quantities of work and a deduction in the contract total of $6,381. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to let Don Berger, our consultant with Tetra Tech.
Oh, I didn't see him sneak in.
Thank you. This change order is basically reconciling some of the quantities on the project. There are a number of pay items on the contract at this point that we do not see them being used or being used to the extent originally estimated prior to beginning construction. And so this change order reduces those items. There are 2 items that it does increase. One is mobilization, because the contractor had to demobilize on the project and remobilize several months later due to the delays on the major infrastructure in the project. So, but that is counterbalanced by the reduction in quantities on some of the other work items.
And this is just part of a truing up process.
This is basically a truing up process, yes.
I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the change order number 1 to the TDA grant with Cromex Construction Company in the amount of $6,381.
It's a reduction.
Reduction.
Yeah, reduction.
Yeah, reduction. Any discussion? Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.23. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve and authorize the county judge to execute a change order number 2 to the TDA grant contract number 7218055, which is change order number 4 for the construction contract for wastewater services for the East Kerr Centerpoint Wastewater Collection Project with Cromex Construction Company, providing payment of increased costs due to DeGuerra Construction Company delay in completion of the infrastructure that is needed to support wastewater services connections under this contract in the amount of $114,999.77. Mr. Hastings, Mr. Berger.
Thank you, Jim. This change order here is a direct result of the delays in construction caused by the lack of completion on the infrastructure project portion, which is under a separate contract with separate contractor. Because that contract was not completed on time, the Cromex contractor had to wait and had to demobilize, remobilize, and in that time period, there were a lot of costs that had changed in the execution of the work. And so after several discussions with the contractor, We were able to negotiate what we think is a fair compensation for those increased costs caused by the delay in the contract, and that's what this change order covers.
But just to clarify, we're expecting DeGarra to be ultimately responsible for these increased costs.
We expect to be able to assess damages against the other contractor that will help cover these costs, yes.
But this is what it takes for us to get Promex back on the job.
That's right.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the change order number 2 as presented in the amount of $114,999.77. Any discussion?
Just a quick comment. I mean, I've not been overall particularly happy with DeGarra's work on this project, just from especially the delays and not getting things done. I understand it's not Promex's fault, so I support the change order, but we need to vigorously go after DeGarra.
Yes, sir.
Or their bonding company.
There's not a meeting that I sit in with these folks that we don't discuss that.
Just want to make it clear.
I like the last agenda item a lot better.
Well, we all did. But this is what it takes to get them back.
Yeah. They've done a good job.
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
Need a vote.
No other discussion?
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
Yes.
We've got a motion and a second?
Yeah.
Okay, then those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. That concludes the consideration agenda.
We got the 24.
We did that, didn't we?
We did too.
Yeah, we did.
We were gonna wait.
Yeah, we did that.
We're gonna do it. I said executive session.
We're going to do that in executive
Oh, that's
session.
Okay.
And so what we're going to do at this time is we are going to go into executive session.
You want to get this kind of first, 1.4?
I thought we did it.
Well, we talked about it, but we're talking about it in executive session. I
In
don't know.
executive session.
I think he means we're gonna do it first.
So what we're going to do is we're going to ask those that are going to participate in the executive session to remain, and the others to leave. We'll need to change the signs on the door. to order. It's 12:49. We're coming out of executive session. And next item is 5.1, action as may be required from matters discussed in executive session.
Yes, on item
4.3A.
4.3A, I make a motion that we appoint Rosa Hernandez as the interim HR director at a salary of $65,000 a year.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to appoint Rosa Hernandez as our interim Human Resources Director at the salary of $65,000 per year to start with. Any discussion?
Any comment?
Is that a yes?
Thank you.
Is that effective immediately?
Probably be at the end of her 90 days.
No, it'd be immediate.
No.
It's immediate,
Oh, okay.
but I'm running with pay periods. Usually we try to line it up with the pay period.
Where are we in our pay period?
Where are we in our pay periods?
I know we submit, this,
The next pay period is December the 9th, so we're already into the next pay period.
I'd say at the next pay period,
okay.
effective the next pay
We're
period.
asking what the pay period is, and we've got the HR.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she better be able to answer that right.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Now, y'all may be excused at this point because it's going to get kind of boring.
Or you can
We're going to
stay.
subdivision rules.
Or you can stay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
you going to subdivision?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all have a good day.
Wise decision.
Boy, that was the most genuine reaction to something I've seen in a long time. Okay. Well, the next item on the agenda that we need to take action on was 4.5, which is to vote on the county's active and proposed subdivision manufactured home rental community regulations. So I will make a motion that we adopt the subdivision rules and regulations, and I'll read it exactly. This is going to take a while, so get comfortable. I move an order of the Commissioners Court of Kerr County, Texas, approving the subdivision and manufactured home rental community regulations for Kerr County, Texas, approving a fee schedule and a civil criminal enforcement remedies relating to said regulations, and 3, establishing an effective date in compliance with the Texas Open Meeting Act. Whereas Kerr County, Texas is a quote, county, is a duly organized and operating county of the state of Texas pursuant to the Constitution and laws of Texas. And further, the Kerr County Commissioners Court, quote, Commissioners Court, is the governing body of the county. And whereas pursuant to Article 5, Section 18 of the Texas Constitution, Chapters 232 and 233 of the Texas Local Government Code, and other authority, the county may approve, adopt, and enforce regulations governing plats and subdivisions of land and manufactured home rental communities in the incorporated area of Kerr County, Texas, in order to promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of said county and the safe, orderly, and healthful development of the unincorporated area of said county, and further to prevent colonias or other substandard development, said matters being declared to be worthwhile public purposes and in the public interest. And whereas the county desires to approve, adopt, and enforce the subdivision and manufactured home rental community regulations for Kerr County, Texas, we'll call them the regulations, in the form and scope described in the attached Exhibit 1. Said regulations being related, among other things, to plats and subdivisions of land, plat procedure, design, and construction standards, enforcement and other remedy issues, a fee schedule, and other related land development matters, including manufactured home rental community development and regulations for application, implementation, and enforcement in the unincorporated area of said county as authorized by law for county regulation, And whereas the approval, adoption, implementation, and enforcement of the regulations in this order shall accomplish or substantially achieve all public purposes described in those instruments. Now, therefore, be it resolved and ordered by the Kerr County Commissioners Court for and on behalf of said county and in the public interest as follows. 1. Unless otherwise designated, the past, present, or future tense shall each include the other, the masculine, feminine, or neuter gender shall each include the other, and the singular and plural number shall each include the other, where necessary for a correct meaning. 2. The caption and preliminary recitals of this order and all attached documents are incorporated by reference. 3. The Commissioner Court approves, adopts, and shall enforce the subdivision and manufactured home rental community regulations for Kerr County, Texas, in the form and scope described in the attached Exhibit 1. The Commissioners Court orders that A. On behalf of the county and its Commissioners Court, the county judge shall properly execute the regulations and timely initiate and complete all tasks necessary or desired to accomplish the publication, distribution, and implementation of the regulations in the public interest. B. This order and the regulation shall be filed of record in the official minutes of the Commissioners Court. C. True and correct copies of this order and the regulation shall be included and incorporated in the appropriate booklets, packets, or other documents published, distributed, or made available by the county to the public regarding land development matters. And D. The county staff and legal counsel shall assist the county judge in the timely initiation and completion of all tasks herein described. 5. All notice and conditions precedent for the lawful approval and adoption of the regulations have been timely accomplished by the county. 6. All prior acts of the county, including its elected officials, appointed officials, officers, employees, attorneys, agents, and representatives, are hereby ratified, confirmed, and approved regarding the regulations and any related matter. 7. For regulation approval purposes, this order shall take effect immediately from and after its passage. However, the attached regulations shall become effective and operative on January 1, 2023, their effective date, as stated in the regulations. This matter was ordered, approved, and adopted at a public meeting held in compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code and the Texas Open Meetings Act. And then we need to go ahead and take the vote. So my motion is that we take a record vote at that point, and then we can execute this order, which says ordered, approved, and adopted on this, the 28th day of November, 2022, and I will put in the time period that the record vote is completed.
Second.
So, I've got a second, motion and a second. So with that, we'll call for Precinct 1.
Yes.
Precinct 2.
Yes.
Precinct 3.
Yes.
Precinct 4.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So therefore, we have now adopted the new subdivision rules.
Long time coming.
Yes. Excited about it, and the time is 12:58. And that is PM, right? Yep. Okay, pass it around.
Who made the second on that?
Harley?
Harley? I actually had 2 seconds on it, but.
Yeah.
And it is Harlan for the record.
And for those of you observing the signing, we are all signing in blue ink, so we will know the originals. And let the record reflect that this is the second set of subdivision rules that you've signed.
Third or fourth. Third. Well, it's really the second major one.
Yeah.
There was a big revision in there.
We'll have another attestation in a minute, too. We'll just go ahead and complete this one.
And it's actually only the third subdivision rules, period. I mean, major, we had a lot of amendments and changes, but there was the 83 version that I originally wrote.
Yeah. On page 71.
83.
And I think, yeah.
On page 71 is a certificate of adoption approved by Commissioners Court of Kerr County, Texas, adopted November 28, 22. 2022. And it's I, Rob Kelly, the undersigned, being the County Judge of Kerr County and the presiding officer of the Commissioners Court of Kerr County. Do hereby certify that the above and foregoing instrument with attached appendix is the subdivision and manufactured home rental community regulations for Kerr County, Texas, which instrument was duly considered, approved, and adopted by the Commissioners Court at a public meeting duly convened and conducted on this date. Copies of the regulations may be obtained from the official minutes of the Commissioners Court, filed with and maintained by the County Clerk of Kerr County, Texas, or reviewed and downloaded from the internet website of said county at www.co.kerr.tex.us. Executed on the 28th day of November at 1:00 p.m. And back to the county clerk. And then we have
I can't see that.
I don't think we need to change anything, but the next pay period begins December 4th.
Okay, good, that's better.
But we did it
Sooner's better.
as of the next pay period, so.
Yeah.
Exhibit C, performance bond.
Make Christmas a little better.
We're not doing, no. Okay.
Sure.
This one? And then I didn't read that one. I figured somebody would just say, here, do this. That's what we're doing. Thank you. Here and here. Here's you, and there, here's you. Thank you. Yep. You're welcome. Okay. I test that these are the right signatures. It's big packet.
Can I go eat lunch now?
I'm getting it all finalized here.
Good job, Charlie.
We had the county attorney and the court coordinator to sign off on the official completion of adopting these rules.
Well, it took 3 years.
Yeah. Charlie, you did a lot of heavy lifting. We appreciate it.
Good. We're glad it's over. I hope they're not out of date though. If they are, I won't say anything.
I'm sure there'll be some tweaks we have to do this along the way, but nothing major.
Darn let's rule.
That took a few months by itself.
I just emailed it to you.
Okay, so,
Signed, sealed, and delivered to her.
maybe. Okay, so,
Their instructions to send them back to Chuck, right?
Do we have to wait until we get the court order put on it, the number?
I have it on
The court
there.
order number on there.
Okay.
So I think we're good, because he says it's gotta be on the website without delay, and then county clerk's office for public inspection. I think we're good.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. We're adjourned.
Congratulations.
So, I'll